We're now officially on the internet.
Oh. You guys don't mind, do you?
No. John, feel free to grab it. Gamble it the pictures.
And is it going on to Facebook?
From yeah. Yeah, it does say so. Yeah, we can. I don't know whether we can do it instantly now, but no, it's doing it.
That's good. Get it then. Right, to tilt it up a bit. I don't think it's going to take Artie's head in, is it?
Yeah, it's a bit better. I'm slightly concerned that we're not going to get it in. We need to still tilt it up a bit. I'll be David again.
At the bottom of that, well, it's just under the word Oxford of that sign.
Yeah, Serena's in shot there, so we're going to need... Right, so we only need to find an extra half foot or something. Yep, so we have loads of Artie. Any of David? Loads of Artie. Yeah, to be fair, we've got a bit of David as well. Just need to make sure we have the mic. Right, down ever so slightly, John. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Happy?
Yeah, great. Right.
I'm not sure we get away with that on webcam.
Serena, I'm going to send you the link. Yeah. So then you can put it on Facebook, etc., with which way you want to announce it.
So all I do is just copy and paste it in Facebook like I do any other thing.
Would it be worth doing a tiny URL?
Potentially.
And is it free?
Yeah. Oh, it's as good as it can be. It's not wildly out. I'll try posting it in my timeline.
Yeah.
Just to
Right, so we're not doing audio.
unless we can. Right, so just that's for some reason.
So this I was only going to say, because you'll be in here for a little bit, won't you? So, I'm having them. I do. Loads of I know.
So the picture quality there is.
Yeah, we've got branded effects there.
It's quite washed out.
Yeah, it is.
Really
I wonder if there's anything we can do to correct that.
Have you actually had a moment?
Here, I've enhanced the warmth. That's done a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the warmth. Your fingers in it. The warmth enhance has done something. Take it away. Yeah, marginally. Maybe worth just running a bit of gaff over the top of it. But it's really washed out here. I wonder what we can do about that.
Taking shot.
No. It's still quite washed in. But I'm not sure there's a lot we can do really. If we dim the lights, gaff's in.
Any difference?
Not really, no. I wonder if I dim the lights.
Take off the spots.
That's marginally better, but not much.
Still out of shot.
Yeah.
Still very warm. No. Do you need anything else?
I'm not sure we do at the moment.
Just give me a shout.
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. House closed one here.
Right.
Just realised we won't know for a while yet, will we?
No, that's too dark. Although, if we could put some other light in, it might work better. If we could get some other lights.
Sort of enhance the spot.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Carry on, I want to get action shot.
Action shot. Nice to meet you, mate.
What's going to be from the lights?
Right, right.
Yeah, so I can almost go.
Point two.
Ooh, hum. 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. That's good. We've got one for them. How low would you go? 400 instead. Would it go that? Right, now I am going.
Okay. Alright, we'll see you later.
What I'm doing is
Those types of things for the next generation. Know
well, I think sure that it's an idea to do normally, but somewhere. They do. We do have walking robots. They tend to walk that robots.
right, okay. You do see every now and again on TV, right? Get some Japanese companies developing another one
Yeah.
that just weird.
Yeah. What is it like? Yes. Thank you very much.
Well, what were you thinking of doing? Yeah, because they came to sanding down.
Oh, you won't have to do it.
Oh, you won't do it.
And the only other thing is, we want somebody that's going to instruct somebody not to be for their own.
Yeah.
Actually, the sand here, it's 50 sands per person,
Oh, they're coming.
looking at the cameras, in the house. And
I'm
then,
looking at. No, that's fine. I can get them. At least. Yeah.
Oh, not that.
They would be.
Joking.
Oh, you know what? Come on, it's a big city. Listen. What I'll do is let me just. Oh, I mean the west part. So yeah, so that's me.
The laptop to the
do that.
My movement kept distance is now complete.
That's the you can use pipe.
Yes, Master Reader. Remember that I've proved over 6 million forms of communication. They're using a very primitive dialect. But they do believe that I'm some sort of god. I beg your pardon, General Solo, but that just wouldn't be proper. It's against my programming to impersonate a deity.
Oh, hello. Oh.
Hello.
Thanks, Will.
How long does it take you to break?
It depends what you want. If you want it just to say something, just type it in, press play, and say.
Right, okay.
But if you want action to play, let's say. Okay.
Hayden, silly question of today. How did this one work?
When it popped out.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. There we are. Let me just get the screen up. Right, slightly whiter. I could do it going up a bit, so I think that's probably going to be. I mean, if you could pop round here and have a look at the shot that I've got, that's much improved on what it was. Right, leave it at that for now. This is what we, which is a lot better than it was, which was completely washed out. Unfortunately, Artie's kind of
No.
yeah, but you know, that's a lot better, I think. Having white over everyone, so I was getting that. That's it there.
You probably want the light over here then, from this one.
Okay.
You're going to be able to light the dogtail, isn't it?
Right. All right.
Artie looks like he's an influence.
There.
Really?
Right, if I'm David Preeler, sat here. It's very white. I think the problem is he's still having too much light on his face. You could actually see him a lot more clearly when it was over there. Yeah, that's better. The rest of the studio is going to look very moody and atmospheric. But I think that's
Yeah.
kind of,
Unless you've got a video card in your laptop over the way of you.
no. I mean, the compression and coding stuff that YouTube provides is, yeah, you have to pay for it. Well, we're going to do both.
What's it like to turn on the lights?
Yeah. But you get so much light on David's face.
Is there no iris control on that camera at all?
No. Do focus. Yeah, it's not over by itself. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What's going on? Unfortunately, kind of these studios were built many moons ago when the idea of putting something out visually was utterly unheard of. If you go to here, that's what YouTube is saying. There's a very big delay on it as well.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am one of a kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain leisure. I'll be here on the BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Feather.
You think that's the only way to go?
Hello, am one of a kind robot built by engineers to dance, to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Riera.
It's like my moment, thoroughly.
BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Riera.
Walking over there. Hang on, mate. Have you found him? Not come through this side. He's not found him. We need a medic. I don't think he's can you ask him to phone my number?
Hello, my name is Artie. I am one of a kind robot built by engineers to dance, to entertain and educate. Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Riera.
Alright. Yeah, alright. Wait, you can ring me. You can ring my number. Thanks very much. I'm sorry about that. Cheers.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am one of a kind robot built by engineers to dance, to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Riera.
You just do one goal and I'll go.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am one of a kind robot built by engineers to dance, to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Riera.
Wonderful.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Artie. I are one of a kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Creeper.
Bingo. Right.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am one of a kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Creeper.
And there's a budget for it, okay?
Oh, is that what it is?
No, if you have problems on my laptop won't connect to the Wi-Fi. So that's good. Right. What do I do? Do I reboot my computer? How long have we got? So let me just double check. Thanks for this. Yeah, it's fine. We finished that's good. We're on the screen in the left. Oxford. Yeah. Yeah. What's the address for the webcam, please?
It will be at facebook.com/BBC Oxford. Did you get that?
What time? I'll give you one. It's about 2 or 3 lines. Yeah. There's about 2 or 3 lines, so. Yeah, it's fine.
Very much about. Do you get a photo of you next to the road?
I would love one. I really do want one. This time.
I should even get a flash mic and put it on the interview. I should. I'll go and do all that.
I've done it before.
Yep, bingo. There you are. I'll get the
Yes, I did. I'll try it again. Really? It's gone. It's gone. All this at the top of my page now. 192.168. 32.2. 41%. 4.54. Is it good? Yeah, I mean, what it's showing is the console, it's like the console picture connecting, you know what I mean? It's like looking at the console, and it's saying connect, and it's not looking through. Okay. I'm using 2080, yes. Okay. Page not found. Isn't that 2280 that you gave me. I can't read email from this. Yeah. /I do. Now it's come up with a login, yeah, it's come up with a login there. So let's connect to that. Not connected to the login. Reboot the robot. So reboot the robot.
Do you sit on the email? Could we?
Right,
I've asked Serena.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I was. Yeah. No, that we could justifiably stick it in the sport account. If we do that, they'd love that. Yes, if you go out of here and then turn right, and then through the doors at the end of the corridor, it's immediately on the left. I think this is Artie, boss. Yeah, boss is there. And so what's kind of what benefits the universe?
Well, what we're doing is we're putting the course separately few steps to go down the track. My track, there's no just there over there that go down. So the post up started
Sorry?
that's still got door.
I just usually disable toilets.
So there's what? Is that
Right.
right?
Cool. No, he's- yeah, we will do. We're just having the lights on so that we can finish setting up.
Yeah, and then we'll pop them off the bed without being hungry.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, well, take the time.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, no worries.
No, not like that, but no. Yeah, we're kind of back to things. Okay. Yeah, it just has the same guide. Let's come up with a screen, try to connect the reset. It comes up with error 2048. On the connection lock. Yeah, on the exact lock. Is number 2048.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on the BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Prefer.
Right.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on the BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Prefer.
Right, we were back.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on the BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Prefer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate.
Still there.
Hold on. Pause, stand straight, where you're up.
BBC Oxford.
Hello, gentlemen.
David.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming in. Nice to meet you. How are you? This is Artie.
Exactly. Would you like his drink tea?
Yeah.
So I'm on there, but I
Hello.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am one of a kind robot built by engineer dance to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Creeper.
I'm going to get back on that.
Oh, he, I think
No, I can't get anything. No.
Bye, Artie.
Look at
Hello, my name is Artie. I am one of a kind robot built by engineer dance to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Creeper.
There you go. We've got quite a lot to put in there.
Yes.
Yeah, you carry on.
Yes,
So we're going to
yeah.
mic him up, are we?
Unfortunately, we can't do
Oh, okay.
that. That's slow.
Sorry. You,
So
are
we'll
you
just put them away from it. We'll put them out there. That one was sort of black. That one was a bit like fast.
Can we see how the lights going to be? Yeah, just have a seat at the desk.
You're not going to turn up all the lights on.
How's that? Is that too dark?
Yeah, we might have to turn them on in between. Not really. I mean, it's all right. It's not great. For 4 hour shows.
Put that filter on the front.
Isn't that?
So take off the back roof one.
If you take this box off, it's no better.
So,
Wash it.
see one of those lights.
No.
Oh.
The only other thing is you can bring a lamp in here as well. Sorry? So a lamp you can bring.
I'm sure we could, yeah.
I would find a lamp to be a bit more light on the desk.
Oh, it's printed. Oh, it's like,
You can get more light on the desk.
John, do we have a desk lamp for David? Excuse me, thank you.
two things to come up as well. Apparently, when she's going to, Jerry's happy to use the desk her A and everything, but Jerry has to live with it. So what we'll have to do is Jerry can go desk her A. We have to look at it. So the eyes set, and you have to move it. I mean, there'll be people there.
David, can we get a phone call? Just got 11.
Yeah, we
Bingo. Thank you very much. Don't do it over.
Yeah, it's in Mike. Whichever.
I have a desire to work in museums and exhibitions, telling visitors about the exhibits.
Sorry, just because I want to work with So those are going on.
Yeah.
I think you used up all the sockets.
There you go.
Oh, I'll go. Thanks.
Yeah, you must unplug something else.
Right, what can we unplug?
Web camera?
So we've got lights, we've got that.
Don't need your laptop.
Oh, that's running the webcams.
Oh, is it?
Mm.
So I'll stay on it.
Yeah.
Disconnect that webcam.
Yeah, go for it.
How's that, David?
Oh, that's fine. How's that coming up?
Yeah, that's fine. In fact, it probably makes things slightly better, actually.
Really?
Mm.
No? Actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I'm just going to
Oh, hello. That doesn't sound right. Right.
I have a desire to work in museums and exhibitions, informing visitors about the exhibits. I can talk all day without getting tired, a bit like the baby.
Would it not be easier to just get a microphone? Yeah.
I am designed to work in museums and exhibitions, informing the visitors about the exhibits. I can talk for England, a bit like you did. I am designed to work in museums and exhibitions, informing the visitors about the exhibits. I can talk for England, a bit like you did.
It's just like
What do you want to call this album? When David Met.
I am designed to work in museums and exhibitions, informing the visitors about the exhibits. I can talk for England, a bit like you did. I am designed to work in museums and exhibitions, informing the visitors about the exhibits. I can talk for England, a bit like you did. Could I be a presenter on the BBC breakfast? Well, all you do is read from the author's view, don't you? I can do that. When do I start? built by engineers, arts, and entertainment education. And we hear on BBC Radio Systems and interact with the environment around us. But my descendants in 20 years' time will be able to engage in high cognitive tasks, such as discovering new scientific theories or holding an intelligent conversation with someone. We don't see much of that around here. We robots are so special because we can work with humans and help them to achieve things they wouldn't be able to do on their own. For example, we can do repetitive tasks very accurately without getting tired or needing a coffee break.
This isn't it?
What can I say about the David's job?
I don't think I've got
Getting into trouble.
Was it just implementing the version?
I would say, well, go for it.
Dave can probably reflect that on the gym. Maybe.
David, what else can I say?
Okay. What's the good last one? Oh, I see.
Could I be your job? When all you do is chat all day. I think I can do that. When do I start? Could I be your job? When all you do is chat all day. I think I can do that. When do I start?
That's breaking news, so let's just.
That's a new topic. Buildings collapse in New York City.
your job, when all you do is chat all day. I think I can do that. When do I start? Could I be your job, when all you do is chat all day? I think I can do that. When do I start? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, or that's down again.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we don't have too much difference.
no, not much.
Somebody's been.
So he's now like three.
He's still my food.
Okay, so he's on like two. This basically
And I can do impressions.
yeah. And then the Jerry's always have a kid. Well, anyway,
Sarah W. is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah. Sarah W. is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah.
got back at St. David's, so he's, yeah,
Sarah W. is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah. Sarah W. is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah.
happy?
It's a new box on board.
Sarah W. is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sarah Dumbo is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah.
If we could follow that up with sorry, I don't understand Scouse, that'd be brilliant.
So David, you said what?
Yeah, we actually got some to
Yeah.
do with
Oh, well, don't worry about that.
we'll save that to the end.
That's fine. Thank you, fine. It'll be really recommend.
We have a light.
Hello. How are you?
Okay.
Goodbye. Nice to meet you.
Oh, brilliant. We'll play that. I will. I'm just going to
My favourite TV show is Red Dwarf. I am a big fan of cricket. My favourite TV show is Red Dwarf. I am a big fan of live. My favourite TV show is Red Dwarf. I am a big fan of live. My favourite TV show is Red Dwarf. I am a big fan of live. My favourite TV show is Red Dwarf. I am a big fan of live. second F4 tonight. And can we have your second F4 tonight? And can we have your second F4 tonight? Thank you. David Brown from the Radio Times. Thank you. David Brown from the Radio Times.
Oh, chaps. All right.
Thank you. David Brown from the Radio Times. Thank you. David Brown from the Radio Times. Thank you. David Brown from the Radio Times. Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Freezer. We robots are so special because we can work with humans and help them to achieve things they wouldn't be able to do on their own. For example, we can do repetitive tasks very accurately without getting tired or needing a coffee break.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, David Brown from the Radio Times.
We're using this one. You need one more.
And can we have your second gift for tonight?
Yeah, I need to speak to the normal mic. Okay.
Possible to ask if he can just quickly say something.
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Let's get another quick one. Can we have another listen, chaps? Let's have another listen. Don't forget, I've got 2 mics open, which the post has a good plan with.
And can we have your second gift for tonight?
Anything else? Can we hear something else?
We need something more. We need a 24-hour-a-day police officer. A cop who doesn't need to eat or sleep. A cop with superior firepower and the reflexes to use it. Fellow executives, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the future of law enforcement. Ed 209. Please put down your weapon. Black 27.
Oh, I've gone through, it's fine. You sure?
You better do what it says.
Okay.
Now have 15 seconds to apply. You're in direct violation of Penal Code 1, 13, Section 9.
So the people are going to put my on and use the feedback, what feedback. That's what we're going to do. You can move the microphone.
It's just a hard listen, do you know what I mean? Have another go?
You speak like 30
We need something more. We need a 24-hour-a-day police officer. A cop who doesn't need to eat or sleep. A cop with superior firepower and the access to pizza. Fellow executives, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the future of law enforcement. It's 209. Please put down your weapon. Got 20 seconds to comply.
That's a bit better.
And they can turn them off as well.
I can turn them up a little bit.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
That's a bit better. Yes, please.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
that's fine. We can get away with that.
That's right. Yes, you're happy.
Let's look at that side.
I don't know. One of the many teams. You want them to, but go ahead. I've been watching before the camera. I've got the best shot. Yeah, you go ahead, you're not through. You know, you're one of those phones. How long have you been working? Is he the kind of thing that really good? He's doing that to and there's some private software. Yeah. But I thought he was the blank page with that yeah, but he doesn't have necessarily much. It comes with basically like, yeah, oh yes. But then you can put that in. No. And that feels kind of yeah, like yeah. He actually listens to what's going on. No, good luck. Thank you very much. Give James head. We'll try. I have to do so. Of course you do.
How you doing? You okay? You all ready to go?
Yeah.
No. Never am. You never are in a storm.
Come on here.
I mean, I think that it's much easier to do this in bed. Maybe it's much harder. Because you're only in one dimension.
Of course.
I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
You get your script, but I've got them here. You've got mine on.
If you'd like to see me.
I can look. I need to go as well. Okay.
You think so? Only four times in, right? That's two. That was like all right, let's do this.
Bits as you're heading out of Oxford from the ancient to the Woodcock Roundhouse out of Fairfield for Addington, Chiefly, Street Vineyard, and Freight actually. And you can keep it on site as well on the ancient Roundhouse. Charles Atlas, BBC, Radio Oxford, that's right, 2 FM. Call with your
Sorry, just a second.
03459
Got the thing on air.
311
BBC Radio Oxford.
Now, I'm back on Friday from 1 o'clock. Friday, Nick Piercy is standing in for me tomorrow. David Freeber is on the way next with his brand new co-presenter, Artie the Robot. I think actually what we're trying to do here at the BBC is phase out human presenters and phase in robots who probably will do a far better job.
Many a word spoken in jest. You've worked in commercial radio.
Right, we have the in here.
I will be.
We've got your news, and then we're just going to do a few impressions.
Hang on, let me get there.
So,
Whoa, what's going on? Whoa. Can you take control back? Sorry. Can you take control back? We're off for some reason. I can't hear you. Okay. Too many distractions with it. Sorry, Tom, can I throw you out, mate? Thank you. I don't really like working with distractions, that's the problem. Yeah, don't like it. Hard, isn't it? Sorry? It does, and producers, bless them, don't get that. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't want too many distractions in here. This is a really fiddly show, that's the problem.
well, what I'll do is, can I take you out for a moment? Because we're going to talk to you about when I can take you out. So, talk about this for a moment.
Thanks, chaps. Thanks, gents.
Thank you very much, Cat Orman. Cat and Co. back tomorrow afternoon at the same time, right here. BBC Radio Oxford. Good afternoon. It's David Preeve with you for the next 3 hours on your home time show. Coming up, I'm co-presenting with a robot this afternoon. So, Cat. It's going to be Artie from Oxford Brookes University. 7 foot tall and very handsome here after the news.
Oxford News. From Digital 95.2 FM. On BBC Radio Oxford.
Good afternoon. Wednesday the 12th of March. It's 4 o'clock with your latest BBC News. For Oxfordshire, here's Rachel.
Properties is far away firmly into her mother. It's understood that Oxford is how shows this private museum area is balanced right and lower. The usual purpose was she would look for a house in the city with distance past her great bedroom. The police officer from Banbury is in charge. The same accident victim detail is in his films. BBC Radio Oxford's General Heat.
Simple Habit salt data from the Thames Valley Police convicted 11-month conspiracy with her lover whilst drunk. Hannah was jailed for 3.5 years. Harm was sentenced a 3-year sentence of which she found 4. Both the 27-year-old convicted of conspiracy to commit misconduct with public office. Hannah was dismissed from her job when it comes to misconduct team earlier this month.
One person who found that 16 has been injured or serious and 2 that's the new 200 pounds. Today, the police in Bob Avenue and it says some frequency that is. Ed Miliband said he's not coming referendum on Bush's membership of the EU in its home. The written speech not to hold the vote, and to hold the vote only by use of the panel justice. Intelligent people are more likely to others. The new study carried out at Oxford University. Now, one of the authors reports said that people are more intelligent individuals.
People from our country want to better and any food like this great. So our protocol on that country, there will be no country that will have that.
Sports Live today, yeah?
Yep.
Upon the teacher who raised concerns about behaviour was not constructively dismissed from the school, which Ashton claimed she was unfairly questioned proposed after she was thrown through with animal food. BBC Radio News.
It's also BBC Radio News at the same time, so that was okay, don't worry.
BBC Radio Oxford. Radio Oxfordshire.
And now with your travel news this afternoon. What a glorious day. Here's Sarah Dunbell. Lovely. We should just go for a drive, really. It's just nice. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. With your sports this afternoon, it's Roscoe. Have you seen the robot? Come downstairs and meet the robot. Come and say hello. Oxfordshire's weather for this evening and tonight. Clear but cold. Mist, fog and low cloud during the early hours. more widespread than last night. Lows of 3, that's 37. Tomorrow, the fog, mist, and low cloud will be slow to clear. It was very foggy on the school run this morning. Really, in fact, I may well have dropped my kids at the wrong school. I've got no idea. Who knows where they are? Where they are right now. By tomorrow afternoon, it should be largely sunny again with light winds. This is lovely. 59 degrees. The outlook: Friday, bright with sunny spells. Once the early fog, mist, and low cloud clears. The weekend, we can always look ahead to the weekend with some confidence on Wednesday. Rather breezy and mainly dry. Some brightness expected on both days. Full 10-day forecast is at bbc.co.uk/Aussie. We need some sunshine music this afternoon. Yes. I was just coming up to first.
No, don't worry.
You sure?
So, kill your face with that.
Okay. Oh, no problem.
So, you happy with
I'll come say. Should we do that here, yeah?
Yeah, so,
When do you want to do housing?
so what I'm going to do is see if I can put in your David Freever stab,
Yeah.
because this will only take 2 minutes, and then you go into housing.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
I think we should do it at the stats just from such a gear change, isn't it? From playing from robot to housing.
It is, right? Do you want to move housing again?
Why don't we just do housing here and then give us 20 pounds?
Do you want me to
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so.
no worries.
Such a spectacular gear change otherwise, isn't it? You're welcome to stay in if you want. You need to fiddle around. I don't mind. You sure? Okay. Eternal and BB Winans, and I Want to Be the Only One. It's BBC Radio Oxford. You can watch this afternoon's show. It's a bit of a jittery old webcam, but it's up there. If you go to our Facebook page, you go facebook.com/BBC Oxford, it's there, and you can see over my shoulder Artie the robot, who will be co-presenting. bits of the show, and I'll introduce you to Artie in the next 10 minutes. He's very fine, he's very handsome, he's buffed and toned, and about 7 foot 4. We do both have the same hair, so the same hair. I'll introduce you to Artie. First of all, our top story this afternoon. People in Oxford are being offered homes in Birmingham or Cardiff because the city council can't find accommodation for them here in Oxford. 5 families have not accommodation outside the city in last year. The city council says that with demand high and landlords reluctant to lease to people on boats, it has no choice but to look further afield. This is something which I've covered in other parts of the country, and now it's something which we're having to face here in Oxfordshire. Now, Alicia Britnell is a mum of 2. She currently lives in Cowley, but was shocked to be told she would need to move out in the new year. Alicia was offered a house 25 miles away from family, or faced moving 75 miles away from friends and family to Birmingham. That's a whole new life, isn't it? That's not being rehoused, that's a new start. I've been speaking to Alicia this afternoon about the options that she faces now. Well cleaned up.
In the hope that I would take something which was acceptable.
Yeah, I thought it probably would, and with the processing the output as well.
They offered me Birmingham.
How difficult has this been for you and your family?
Very difficult because
yeah, she sounds good, and the story was great.
I brought a Lola who was 4 months off in hospital in intensive care, and they discovered that she had a heart condition. So it was all very stressful. And honestly, I was a single mum. My family and my children's dad's family are all here in Oxford. No one to get to me in Birmingham, and it's been very stressful to sort of having to be away from friends and family and no support.
I got a very short song, Travel, then let me give her a decent chunk of it.
Very nice dinner.
And have you spoken to the council about all this and explained your situation?
Yeah, I explained my situation because before they found out that Lola had been poorly, they told me that there was any chance of me staying in Oxford would be if I was under social services or there was something wrong with my child. And obviously, I read to them at the same time that Lola has now got a heart condition, and she turned around and said that's not my problem.
Even though she has a heart problem, that they still can't find any housing for you at home in Oxford?
No.
It's an obvious question, but how important is it for you to stay in Oxford?
It is really important. I've got 2 children, so if my to go back into hospital again, if we live with Birmingham, then I'll have no one to look after my future.
That's Alicia Britnell, who currently lives in Cowley. Told she would need to move out in the new year and was offered a house either 25 miles away from family or faced moving 75 miles away from friends and family to Birmingham. So that's a whole new start, isn't it? It's not a big, it's a new life. It's like a new protections and it's extraordinary. Moving so far away. This is something other councils are doing elsewhere in the country to tackle the housing problem. Do you think it's fair that Alicia, with a child with a heart condition, should be grateful that she's been given a home anyway and should just take it? Or do you think this is outrageous? That the City Council has to find homes here in Oxford, no matter what it takes. Tell me what you think on that this afternoon. We'll read some of your messages later. A1333 on the text. Start your message, Oxford. Get involved in our Facebook page, facebook.com/BBC Oxford, where you can also watch the show on the webcam this afternoon. Next, travel. Here's Ricky Nelson. BBC Radio Oxford.
It's late, we gotta get on home. It's late, we've been gone too.
So watch the show on webcam. So next, travel is Ricky Nelson, BBC Radio. Oh, yeah, it's late. There's Ricky Nelson. And his son.
So we're well in family at the moment. One is locked due to recovery works after a car collided with a broken down vehicle on the A422 Hillsborough out of Cranbury between 10 and the M40 junction 11. Look at the major route, so the M40 itself being very well, as is the A4 on the A30. There's a few people problems with the A3, but something that we say on the phone and let me know.
I was just about to say that to you. I didn't know if you'd be interested or not. I think anything explodes in New York. Yeah. Anything that explodes in New York's interesting, isn't it?
Sea Hill interchange. Very heavy outbox.
Read some story that I think a drone fell on it or something.
Woodstock Road from Morton Road up to the Woolwich roundabout. And on the trains, quite a few delays. Not too bad though at the moment. Delays of 15 minutes on First Great Western between Reading and London Paddington. That's due to an earlier broken down train between Ealing Broadway and
First thing at 7 I woke up, you shut up. You might divorce me over it.
Delays. Revised service also on First Great Western between Taunton and Bristol Temple Meads. That's due to emergency engineering works to repair the flooding damage. Buses supplementing trains. And on Chiltern, still rail replacement buses between Oxford and Bicester Town due to longer term engineering works. Travel as it happens. BBC Radio Oxford 95.2 FM.
Call with your travel news.
03459 311 666 and tweet at BBC Ox Travel.
Travel.
Every 15 minutes and as it happens.
4:16 with your latest BBC News headlines. Russell, cheers, Rachel.
Oxford City Council are offering to home people on housing benefit as far away as Birmingham, according to a mother from Cowley. A police officer from Banbury has been jailed for 3.5 years after selling accident victims' details to solicitors' firms. And there are no plans for a referendum on Britain's membership of the EU in the next month.
Oxfordshire's weather for this evening and tonight. Clear but cold, mist and fog and low cloud during the early hours. More widespread than last night, lows of 3 and 37. Thursday, the fog, mist and low cloud will be slow to clear and then largely dry and sunny in the afternoon. Light winds lovely. 15 and 59 degrees. So next, we're all hugely excited about this. You get to meet Artie, the robot, the future of broadcasting. Be careful what you wish for. Yeah, we're on air, it's easy.
Do you know what Thompson wants to do? Because we're going to do it on
Oh, you're right, it's quite direct.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got 2 questions for Artie, is that right?
2 questions. Do you want him to have
Should we do a dry run?
himself?
Should we do a dry run? So I say, hello and good afternoon, Artie. Can you say hello?
Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineers asked to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Prever.
And what is your main functional role, Artie? What do you do?
Sailing away.
Oh.
Just sailing.
Because we were expecting to.
Okay. So I'm not following these questions here.
Well, no, it's because we've moved to Casino 5. We've not been to Casino 5.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, I was following the 1609.
Yeah, it's just because we're merging the two. So he can do the question. Do you want him to be seen arranged?
Yeah, I think we should introduce him though. We should do a bit more.
I think we should introduce him and get him to sing. So we'll keep it as is. He'll introduce himself. Hello, my name is Artie.
Yeah.
Then David, you'll say a little bit about what he looks like.
Yeah.
And then he can also do this.
You can do Singing in the Rain. Then should we go on to functional role and
then we can bring in Nigel and you can ask Artie for 2 questions. What is your functional role and do you think you
So I'm going to introduce him,
Yep.
get him to sing, functional role, and do you think you can do my job?
Is that okay? Lovely. And then we've got Nigel to talk about. Artie.
Can I get some level from you then?
Hi. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Well, fix our IT while you're here.
He's also programmed to interview Sarah Dunbar for travel, so if you want to do that, I'll let you guys sort
Okay.
that out.
Perhaps you can one of the things I was doing, kids must love this one because it's amazing. It's sexual. Really? I'm scared of it.
He said to me, "It's hard. Why are you working with the robots?" Right, let's go. This show, always getting it on air is a good thing. Once we're off, I'm going to briefly set up the internet talking around the break. 30 seconds. Just set up the internet talking quickly, just round the break. We've got loads of time there. I don't need one. Okay. They sound good in the sunshine. Eagles and Take It to the Limit. 4:21 on your home time show, BBC Radio Oxford. Happy birthday, everybody's been saying today. The World Wide Web. As you're using the web today, wherever that might be, on whatever gadget, wish you a very happy birthday. 25 years since Tim Berners-Lee came up with this idea, sent his boss a note at the CERN Research Centre where he was working, sent him a note saying, "What do you think about this idea?" And that came back saying, "Work it up, see how it goes. See if you can come up with something to make this work." And my goodness, he certainly did. So Tim Berners-Lee is saying today that we need a Magna Carta Bill of Rights to protect the users of the web. He said that online we've now reached a crossroads, and that the internet should be a neutral medium that can be used without feeling somebody is looking over your shoulder. Simple question for this afternoon, and it'll make you think perhaps a little about the way you interact with machines and devices every day. What's the one thing that has changed in your life as a result of the internet? It might be something really simple that you do every day, like shopping online. But the one way in which the web has changed your life, for me, it's very simple. I'm not that hard about it. I think it's about friendship. I interact now with my friends and my family in a completely different way than I did 25 years ago. What about you? Maybe it's some profound change in the way you do your business or run another aspect of your life. The one way in which the web has changed you. Please, on 81333 to start with, start your message. Oxford. I'll get involved in our Facebook page, facebook.com/BBC Oxford. 25 years, can you believe it? 20 years since I had my first CompuServe account. What happened to CompuServe? Remember CompuServe? Sorry?
You got a free disc.
That's right, you got a free disc. And it only took about 45 minutes to dial up. Right, let's do this, shall we? See if this works. Good afternoon, David Preber here. It's 4:24. Now, I'm going to do something now which in 30 years of this job I don't think I've done before. I've worked with a few stage presenters over the years. This is taking me to a whole new limit. With me in the studio, and you can see the pictures online if you go to facebook.com/BBC Oxford. You can see the pictures and you can watch the show this afternoon. Okay. I'm joined in the studio by Artie, who is extraordinary. He is a humanoid robot from Oxford Brookes University. And I'm going to say good afternoon to him now. Let's hope this works. Hello, Artie. Nice to see you.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Preber.
And what you can't obviously see unless you're looking on the webcam now is that noise that you heard, the sound of hydraulics. is Artie's arms move. His arms move around as he speaks, and as I think he can sing as well. Can you do? Can you perhaps do a song?
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling! I'm happy again. I'm laughing a cloud, so dark I could cry. The sun's in my heart. I'm ready for life.
Artie, it's your eyes. His eyes are moving just as a human's eyes move. And at the very end there, as he sang the word love, his eyes turned into twin hearts. And maybe you can see the picture online. Artie, what is your main functional role?
I am designed to work in museums and exhibitions, informing the visitors about the exhibits. I can talk for England a bit like you, David.
Thank you very much. Do you think you can do my job then?
Could I be your job? When all you do is chat all day. I think I can do that. When do I start?
If you're anywhere near a computer, take a look at this on the web, facebook.com/BBC Oxford. Nigel Crook is head of computing at Oxford Brookes University and has brought Artie in this afternoon. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming in.
You're welcome.
What an extraordinary thing, Artie. I feel like I'm talking to someone who's listening to this. How does Artie actually work?
He's an interesting robot because he is made up of different ways of actuating, that means how he moves. Most robots in the world have one way, which is normally servo motor. He is using a mixture of compressed air that is pumped into artificial muscle.
And that's the noise we can hear.
And also he's using servo motors for the head and the neck, which is also moving around and his fingers.
I mean, those were very natural human reactions there.
Yes.
Singing.
Yeah, and this is why we're interested in this robot, because we are interested in human-robot interaction and developing new robotic software that enables them to interact more naturally.
And his responses there, they weren't just off the cuff. That would be quite scary.
Yes, no, these have all been deprogrammed in, and we have to do that with this robot. But as I say, we're looking to develop the robot so that it could interact them. You could come up to it and say hello, it would recognise you've spoken to it.
It's the eyes that I didn't expect. The eyes are extraordinary. They are.
They're very
How do you achieve that?
So this was the manufacturers that engineered out the director, Roger, was wondering about how to do the eyes. One day he took two mobile phones, held the cameras up to his eyes and recorded the eyes and turned them around. And everybody looking at it went, whoa!
As I did just
Yes,
now.
yeah, and that's how he did it.
The voice I find intriguing. Up until now, when you interact with any kind of robot, which is always very jittery and information flow, this is a very natural sounding. You understand?
Yeah, it's a pretty good sound text-to-speech generator. I'm not actually sure where this one comes from. It can do some things well. It can do statements, if you've got an exclamation mark, then like statement. It can't yet do question mark there. It doesn't read it. It's all another.
But it does sarcasm.
It does, yes. Almost natural.
It is very natural. What is his purpose then? We'll talk more about this because you're going to be with us all afternoon. But what is his purpose? What do you use him for?
So he's, as he said earlier, he's designed to be used in museums and exhibitions, to stand in front of exhibits and talk about them all day long. He has various other functions. He can recognise faces as a crowd is standing around. His eyes will look from one to the other. He will guess people's ages and their gender and their function.
You can guess someone's age.
He could guess someone's age.
What's going on there?
He's not terribly accurate, I have to say.
We're going to try this with Geraldine Pearsley from BBC One South today. We're going to see if Artie the robot can guess Jerry's age. What could possibly go wrong with that? We'll try that later. Thank you for bringing him in, and thank you, Nigel. You're going to stay with us. We're going to get the travel news on that. And Sarah, just before you start there, I'm wondering, can we get, if Artie's ready, is Artie able to introduce the travel news?
Sarah Gumbel is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah.
Broken down on the cameras, it's at the A34 Milton interchange, which is the junction of the Didcot, the A41. It's just opposite the map.
Sounds good.
Sounds really good.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you could hear it properly, but it sounds alright. Brilliant.
In Banbury, one lane still blocked due to a broken down vehicle, and also under the Woolwich Bus vehicle after it broken down. It's on the A42 Hennepway out of Banbury between the Concord roundabout and the M40 junction 11. The major routes they were looking fine on cover the M40 and the A40, building up, but certainly doing okay so far. Still looking very heavy clockwise in that usual patch of the Oxford Ring Road from Sandy Lane west round towards the Hinksey Hill interchange at the A34. Very long queues as well out of Oxford at the moment on the Woodstock Road, that's the A4144, from Morton Road up to the Wolvercote roundabout, and delays of up to 15 minutes on First Great Western between Reading and London Paddington due to a broken down train. Travel as it happens, BBC Radio Oxford 95.2 FM.
Call with your travel news.
03459 311 666 and tweet at BBC Ox Travel.
Travel.
Every 15 minutes and as it happens.
Good afternoon, 4:31 with your latest BBC News headlines. For Oxfordshire, here's Rachel Hicks.
An Oxford mother says she and other families who need council housing are being offered accommodation as far away as Birmingham. It's the Oxford City Council
Artie Ross.
there due to lower rents. Five people have been charged in connection with the seizure of an estimated £5 million worth of drugs in the Thames Valley. 24 kilograms of cocaine and heroin and more than £50,000 in cash were seized from a vehicle on the M40. Ed Miliband says he's not planning a referendum on Britain's membership of the EU in the next Parliament. The Labour leader said he believed Britain's future lay at the heart of Europe, and he would hold a vote only if they were moved to transfer fresh powers to Brussels. And one person has died and 16 people injured when 2 buildings collapsed in New York. 200 firefighters are tackling a blaze in the building on Park Avenue in East Harlem. It's feared some people may still be trapped inside the...
Yeah, some awful pictures coming from you. More on that later this afternoon. It's 28 minutes to 5. Oxfordshire's weather for this evening and tonight: clear but cold, mist and fog and low cloud during the early hours, more widespread than last night. Lows of 3 and 37. Thursday, the fog and low cloud will be slow to clear. By the afternoon, most places should be largely sunny with light winds, 15 and 9. And the outlook: Friday should be bright with sunny spells once the early cloud and fog clears. The weekend rather breezy and mainly dry. Some brightness expected on both days. Not so bad. Lovely afternoon. So, the full 10-day forecast, go to bbc.co.uk/Oxford.
Oxford.
2 robots in the studio this afternoon. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. Here's Roscoe Heaton for you.
Yeah, I might have a little word with Artie at the end. We're getting a bit worried about Oxford's form. It's not been great. It's been a little bit patchy recently. So a bit like I'm thinking Moneyball in terms of baseball. They crunch the numbers and they could work it all out. Football's about possession. It's about goal scores, goals against. So like it's theoretically. So maybe Artie.
So you're going to ask Artie a question?
I'll ask Artie a question again later. But first of all, we're back to Oxford United. And their winner Ryan Williams says that Blues can still gain promotion this season. 5 games without a win. The Aussie loanee scored the opener in the 1-1 draw with Cheltenham at Castel. Williams had agreed a new contract with Fulham. Williams insists the team have the quality to turn their form around. From Castel. BBC South today on in the Champions League. Manchester City have an uphill task to reach the quarter-finals. They visit Barcelona, trading 3-0 on that in the first place. City captain Vincent Company asked you to decide what's impossible. root causes, then it should be that.
Women are in action that find that the Cyprus Cup, their match against France being top of 4. Wellness. In League 2, talking with Philip Josper Barry about the 10 game and £22,000. Fighting an opponent. Devon Club having for money. Elsewhere, British skier Jay won a silver medal in the 50s Pest Salmon with 3 at the Winter Paralympics. And the Cheltenham Festival, there was a comprehensive winner today in the future race.
You should go, it's only down the road.
Great OB.
I'm going to talk about that.
What a moment here for Gary Moore, the trainer, and his son Jamie. Signed.
Love it. I was driving on the A40 where, of course, the sign says Oxford Henshaw. And the sun was shining, and I thought, should I keep going?
Good day, very good day. Only just down the road as well. It's so packed. That's the thing.
Yeah,
I know people who live over in Cheltenham. You know, they love living there. They're
A little bit.
so, plenty of winners at Cheltenham at the moment. What we do want to know, though, our top story, Oxford United. Are Oxford United going to be winners at the end?
Are you going to ask Artie the robot? Artie the robot's in the studio.
I think we need to get in a guest sort of pundit, Artie the robot. Want to know, will Oxford United get voted this?
Yes.
There we are. It's a simple answer.
I'm down the board.
Thank you.
Half an hour till they close.
Thank you very much.
On digital 95.2 FM and online.
BBC Radio Oxford.
Radio for Oxfordshire.
Thank you. Price of subscription.
Oh, don't worry, no, no, through.
Just writing the news and brief here.
Perfect. So I've got it on till Radio Times.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. Sounding alright, is it?
It sounds really nice.
Lovely.
Really nice. You happy?
Yeah, fine. Now that we're up and running with it.
I've got to go down on New York, so I'll definitely get back.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks. Rachel, it's David in morning. Did you run the Prince of Wales story? I didn't hear it on 4:30. Lovely. Thank you very much. And you didn't do the Irish car bomb cocktails, did you? Car bomb cocktails. Thank you very much. Sorry, I got Artie in here, so. Stop in the Name of Love, Diana Ross and the Supremes, of course, still to come in the next 15 minutes. David Brown from Radio Times with tonight's TV. BBC Radio Oxford here on news stories in brief tonight. A banner advertising Irish car bomb cocktails pub near the sites of two 1970s bombings in Bristol has been censored. The Brass Pig pub on the Triangle put up the banner to promote its St Patrick's Day celebration. Local author and journalist Maurice Felsen covered both the facts, said it was unbelievable considering the area's history. So extraordinarily insensitive. The Attorney General's refusal to let the public see letters that the Prince of Wales wrote to UK ministers has been ruled unlawful by the Court of Appeal. Guardian journalist Rob Evans, who challenged Dominic Grieve's decision to veto, running in favour of allowing the public. And Glastonbury Festival has been granted a new 10-year licence. The District Council said the decision was made without the need for it to be subjected to scrutiny in a public hearing. No opposition to the licence, which will last 2024, with Dolly Parton and Blondie among the acts of what confirmed the this year's festival starts on the 25th of June. Those are your news stories in brief. It's 19 minutes to 5.
You bring it later stories. But did you know you can also read
BBC Radio Oxford on Facebook and on the text tonight, 81333. Start your text message. Tell me the one way in which the web has changed your life. It's the 25th anniversary of the World Wide Web. The one thing that has changed in your life. I mean, there will be many. Pick perhaps the one thing that matters most to you with technology. And let me know. 81333. Start your message with the word Oxford. This is lovely. Patti LaBelle and Michael McDonald. On my app. This is the robot punters running up. As long as I know. Tom, are you out there? Can you let me know when you're going to take pictures now? I don't mind, as long as I know. So I'll get him to do the C3PO impression. David's going to ask him what his favourite TV show is, and then he's going to answer something else. Fine. And you're going to prime David to ask that question about his favourite show. Paddy LaBelle and Michael McDonald on my own. BBC Radio Oxford, it's 13 minutes to 5.
BBC Radio Oxford.
Sarah.
So the A40 interchange, which is the junction which we still got to open down there. It's looking at the camera now. It's on the roundabout itself at the A130 junction, just opposite the McDonald's. These are now a number of coach. When you come off the page with the middle lane on the right itself, there's a left include many other lanes, but normally just the right hand on the coach. And of course, if you cannot take me safe in the road, so please do not clear on the line. In Banding, often used for you, all lanes have to open now for local to Philip Way, in Concord Banding, between the 40 right light and the 40 junction 11, and head around the open back vehicle and collision now itself. Second time now, looking at major routes, the M40 and 42 and 5, so far in the traffic service, probably got the Milton interchange. But the flat times and the route that should accept this time of day, then standing in my smooth line to this BBC here interchange. The rest of the windows doing okay, curvy, but there's a new and then some bypass and full lane up towards the Haynes Square. And if the Oxford, that's very, very slow as usual. So we did stop road the A3144, we did this northern road towards the Woods area. And so that's some lanes of up to 15 minutes on fast bypassing trains between Reading and London Closing. That's due to an area of open train that has been closed just a couple of minutes. How about is it happens? BBC Radio at 95.2 FM.
Good afternoon, it's 12 minutes to 5 with your latest BBC News headlines. What's Cheers, Rachel?
Our mother has told us that College is offering equal needed accommodation here. There's been 2 Britain's future lies at the heart of Europe, according to However, none of our visitors, no referendum is planned for membership of the EU in the next year. And intelligent people are more likely to press honors on the basis of more on measures just similar to he says. New study
which is weather this evening and tonight, staying quite nice, but then turning clear and cold once the sun goes down, with some fog during the early hours, more widespread than last night, lows of 3 and 37 Thursday. Fog, low cloud and slow to clear, but nice by the afternoon. 15 degrees, 59 Fahrenheit. Next, it's tonight's TV with David Brown at Radio Times.
First of all, he's going to do that's right. So first of all, we'll do C3PO impression, and then David Brown's going to ask Artie about his favourite TV show, and then between David and the other David, Artie will ask him to do. Perfect. Lovely. Happy, David?
Yeah, sure.
Hoping you can hear questions.
Might be waves.
Tom's going to come in for video C3PO interaction that Artie does.
If you can let me know if you're going to be behind my shoulder.
Yeah, no,
Since I lost my baby, Engelbert Humperdinck, and Cliff. It works, doesn't it? Since I lost my baby. BBC Radio Oxford, it's 8 minutes to 5. Hello, good evening, David Preever here. And David Brown from Radio Times with us this evening again. Hello, David. Why are you on the telephone? What's going on now? Oh, you're doing that today. Are they really poorly, do you think, or are they playing up? Yeah, that's it. Is that because you said, come on, sit and watch a box set with Daddy? There we are, you see, that's the mistake. I haven't seen that. I've got a robot in the studio today. Remember we mentioned this yesterday? His name's Artie. You can watch it online since you're at home doing nothing. BBC Oxford Facebook page. We've got a webcam on it. It's not high definition TV. So, okay. And Artie's uncanny. I just walked across the room and he has the ability to trace your movements, some sort of infrared finger. And as I walked across the room, Artie's eyes were following. Not yet. He's just, on the subject of Star Wars, he's just been doing some impressions here. Artie, can you give us some of your Star Wars?
Oh, yes, Master Luke. Remember that I'm fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, and using a very primitive dialect. But I do believe they think I am some sort of god. I beg your pardon, General Solo, but that just wouldn't be proper. It's against my programming to impersonate a deity.
It's yeah, I'm sorry, that's just its hydraulics powering down there. Yeah. It does. You tried doing an impression of C3PO? It's not bad, actually. Not as good as Artie, but it's not bad. Do you have any questions for him, by the way? Have you got a favourite TV show? I don't quite know what's going on here. That was the robot going a bit crazy. It's a robot.
My favourite TV show is Red Dwarf.
There we are, Red Dwarf.
I am a big fan of Cry.
He does love Cry. Don't ruin it for him. Come on. Artie's going to ask you the first question before we go into tonight's choice.
David, what is your first choice?
I'll wait for you for the second one.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, that's good. What time's that on, please? That's a bit of a clash for me. Let's have another question from Artie, please.
And can we have your second tip for tonight?
I do. You've seen it. Really? Really? Why? Who? You're not going to tell me anything, are you? Ah.
I'll wait for you for the phone.
Not yet. Alright, it's 9 o'clock, isn't it? I heard an interview with the producer, I think, earlier this morning. A producer or a writer. Maybe it's the same fellow, isn't it? That's right, yeah. And they said, what did you do? And I said, did you plan this beforehand? And he said, no, I just sit down and start writing. How can you make that up as you go along? Very good, and they want to come back for a third series apparently. 9 o'clock on BBC 2. I will be there watching. Thank you very much, Artie. Wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, David Brown from the Radio Times.
He's powering down. I hope so too. We'll get him some water. On second thoughts, maybe we won't. Thank you very much. David Brown from Radio Times. Speak to you tomorrow. Wish your little one well. And with Artie the robot from Oxford Brockes University is with us this afternoon co-presenting. You can watch on the web, facebook.com/BBC Oxford. And remember, by the way, you can meet Artie yourself at the Ashmolean in person on Friday. There's a special event to mark Oxford Brockes University. And more from Artie the robot coming up very soon. In 1 hour from now, we'll have ideas for you for things to do tonight in Oxfordshire. But what about them? That was nice. That was good, didn't I? I quite like the coffee. Say that again, sir. I should bloody hope so. Sorry? That's my wife.
Raise your eyes to the sky, from the inner sky. That's on Monday night the 8th at the All Saints Methodist Church Hall in Abingdon. Events are out. Email radioevents@bbc.co.uk. Oxfordshire is 60 seconds.
Good evening. It's a minute to 5.
This is BBC Radio Oxford.
Sarah.
And so we were on 134 at the moment, to change, which is glitchy because we've still got this broken down low tempo. Looking at it on the moment, it's still there at the beginning. I'm just, complete spellbound. I'm off this, the wind to break on the other. So, the trouble isn't in the mind. There are two patches I've always got the now around there. The info on time is there, you can go to Abingdon. That's kind of on the current direction. But major paragraphs, no options on the M4CD, which is the main for itself. Usually, I think, constitution grade, particularly in that usual and carry when you can to the before it going to change. And update doing things on 359 3 to the 1.
More from Sarah coming up, more from Artie the robot, who's with me this afternoon, and more of your news, comment, and analysis on all that's been going on. Stay with us.
News on digital 95.2 FM and online. This is BBC Radio Oxford.
Good afternoon. It's the 12th of March, Wednesday evening, with your latest BBC News for Oxfordshire. Here's Rachel. In New York, don't you? Yeah, let's do it. I can do a whole spiel about how whatever. Yes. And the opener We don't have a bed, do we? Oh yeah, before we go to Sarah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds like me.
You see the preacher around the room. Do that.
I'm going to be interested to see what he does with Jerry. So I think Jerry's going to have to stand back because my best friend
You're right. Sounding okay. Good.
Pounds. Khan was jailed for 3 years and he was dismissed from her job following a Thames Valley Police misconduct hearing on the 3rd of March.
And you can read more about this and other stories online at bbc.co.uk/Oxford. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has criticised the search for the missing Malaysian Airlines flight, saying there's too much confusion. Most of the 239 people on board the jet, which disappeared 5 days ago, were Chinese. Irene Burroughs' son, Rodney, who's from Australia, was on board the plane with his wife.
It's just disappeared off the face of the earth.
It's all right.
Just find some wreckage or something. Would be a help, probably.
An Oxfordshire man has been fined more than £65,000 following the death of a man working for him after he fell through a barn roof. Army veteran Dean Henderson Smith died after falling through the roof of a barn at Great Park Farm Cottages.
Do you come and do the filming during Jerry's bit? Is that the idea?
7 people have been arrested for drug offences in Oxford after 2.5 kilos of cocaine was seized by Thames Valley Police. 4 men have now been charged with conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. They've been remanded in custody until their next
I think we get up. Sit down, get up, sit down.
Rural crime cost the UK an estimated £42 million in 2012. Now a new campaign has been launched in the Thames Valley to try and stop it. They want to encourage people to tip them off anonymously. Crime stopper Julia Hughes told BBC Radio Oxford they want everyone to be more vigilant.
This is about getting the public to open their eyes to it and see what it is that they can report on. If they see something suspicious, not to just think it's a tractor that's being moved from one location to another, but to think, should it really be on this road? Is that something?
So I'll just say, we're joined this afternoon by my co-presenter, Artie.
Farage's spokeswoman, Annabel Fuller, has rejected allegations that she had an affair with the UKIP leader. Mr Farage was challenged about rumours by a former colleague during a session of the European Parliament this morning. Annabel Fuller has complained of being hounded by the press. BBC Radio Oxford News, it's 4 minutes past 5.
Oxfordshire News, Oxfordshire Life.
David Prever.
BBC Radio Oxford.
Radio for Oxfordshire.
Good afternoon, all your day's news and comment, analysis and debate coming up. I'm with you for the next 2 hours. Joined this afternoon from Oxford Brookes University by a wonderful, one-of-a-kind humanoid robot, Artie.
Hello, my name is Artie. I am a one-of-a-kind robot built by engineer Darts to entertain and educate. I'll be here on BBC Radio Oxford this afternoon with David Prever.
That was his hydraulics power, by the way. Sounding rather like my old news every time he does that. Artie's just behind me over my left-hand shoulder, and you can watch what he says, or rather listen to what he says and watch as he's saying it online. There's a webcam filming all of this at the moment if you go to bbc.co.uk's BBC Radio Oxford's Facebook page, which is facebook.com/BBC. Let's get the travel news now. Here's Sarah.
Thanks, David. Multiple ambulances and police are partially blocking St
Got there in the end.
Oxford at the moment, just before the Thames Street junction. That's heading
Dot this,
towards
dot that.
Abingdon Road.
/this.
Looking in camera at the moment, not too clear exactly what's happened, but certainly looking at the buses that are stuck behind where it's happened, they don't seem to have moved past it, so the road looks to be at least blocked there, heading towards Abingdon Road. On the A34 Milton interchange, a broken down tanker is also blocking lane 2. That's on the roundabout itself at the A4130 junction. Any updates? Give me a ring, please. 03 03459 3116.
All right, we'll keep on top of that with you. Let's get the sports news now from Roscoe Heath.
Europe at Module Special Tiara. But inside of Grugy, what a moment here for Gary Moore, the trainer, and his son Jamie.
Doesn't sound like Roscoe to me. Never mind, we'll try and get Roscoe on with the sport in a little while. Here's Oxfordshire's weather for this evening and tonight. Clear but cold, mist and fog and low cloud during the early hours. More widespread than last night, lows of 3 and 37. Thursday, fog, mist and low clouds, slow to clear, and largely sunny. It's 15 and 59 degrees for the full 10-day forecast. It's bbc.co.uk/Oxford.
Oxfordshire News, Oxfordshire Life, when you need to know if it's going to rain or shine.
That makes me so bloody angry. How hard is it for him to check it?
And on digital, BBC Radio Oxford keeps you up to date. Whatever the weather, we'll make sure you're always ready. Plus, there's a 10-day forecast at bbc.co.uk/Oxford. Oxfordshire News, Oxfordshire Life, BBC Radio Oxford.
Nice to hear a little bit of the Cheltenham racing. We'll get Roscoe on sport in around 25. Good afternoon. It's 6 minutes past today. People in Oxford are being offered homes in Birmingham or Cardiff because the City Council can't find accommodation for them in Oxford. 5 families have taken up accommodation outside the city. The City Council says they would demand high. Landlords are likely to lease to people on benefits. It has no choice but to look further. This is something that I've reported on elsewhere in the country, and now it's happening to families here in Oxfordshire. Alicia Britnell is a mum of 2. She currently lives in Calney, but she's been offered a new home 25 miles away in Banbury or 75 miles away from friends and family in Birmingham over Christmas. She found out her daughter has a heart condition. Says the whole situation has been extremely stressful.
And then my family and my children's dad's family are all here at Oxford. No one can get to me in Birmingham, and it's been very stressful sort of having to be away from friends and family, and obviously with my smallest daughter being poorly, it's been very.
And that was Alicia Britnell having to relocate either to Banbury or Birmingham. John McNulty is a solicitor. Other families as well. Good afternoon to you, John. Thank you for coming on to talk to us. How has this situation come about? What's the background?
In April 2013, the government changed the law which allowed local authorities to discharge their housing obligations to the homeless by making what are called out-of-area placements. It allows local authorities effectively to say, we've got a duty towards you if you're homeless and you're vulnerable and you're not homeless through any fault of your own, but we're not going to house you in the locality. We're going to house you wherever we can. And they've made arrangements with private landlords in cities all around the country to house homeless applicants there. The rationale for the local authority is that the rents are cheaper in cities outside London and Oxford, and that it's easier for them to discharge their obligations by doing that.
What about their obligation to house locally? Is that no longer apply?
I mean, the legislation makes it quite clear that the local authority has to have good reason to house outside the locality, and that would be the first port of call, is to consider accommodation within the area of Oxford. But what we've been finding recently is, and I do accept there is a lot of pressure on the local authority to house people. It's a diminishing housing stock, and rents are getting higher. But what's happening is that the council are saying, I consider lip service to those requirements, and are, particularly, for example, Alicia's case, have housed her a long way away from her family. She's got a child, and her child is undergoing ongoing treatment at the JR, and I think there's been a lack of consideration to the impact on her, the dislocation, the disconnection from her family and friends, the fact that the child isn't going to be able to continue the course of treatment at the JR, and its first consideration should have been Alicia's well-being rather than putting it and hiding her a long way away from her family.
But if there aren't homes locally, there is still an obligation to house Alicia and family. At least they're finding somewhere
Well, I mean, that's a fair point, and I think that, I mean, I can't argue with that. I mean, clearly they have an obligation to find some accommodation for her. I think with Alicia, I felt that the way they dealt with her was particularly harsh. The circumstances were that it's 2 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon. They told her she had to go and look at a property in Birmingham. She had her 2 kids in tow. She was told that she could get the train to Birmingham. She asked how did I get to the property, and they gave her a map. And that's it. Alicia, I think, if I'm right, is someone who's hardly been out of Oxford in her life. And she had to work out trying to get to this property in Birmingham and then notify them by 5 o'clock whether she was taking it or not. So I think the impact, the way the policy is being put into effect is particularly harsh, and I think the council could deal with it a lot better, particularly by engaging with Alicia at an earlier stage and considering other options. I mean, it doesn't have to be in Birmingham. There could be other locations just slightly outside the Oxford environment which may be suitable for her, but they didn't consider that. They seem to have had a sort of a blanket policy. Let's move the people out, let's move them to low-rent accommodation, and that's another one off our hands.
This isn't unique, is it, to Oxford City Council? I've reported on this story elsewhere. I know in London the councils have been doing this for quite some time.
They have, London authorities in particular. I mean, I know colleagues in London who've had clients who've been hired as far away as Grimsby. So it is something that London authorities have been using since the law changed in April 2013. Oxford, we hoped, weren't using it, and that have only started to use it in November or December 2013, but we're now seeing a lot of people coming through our doors, which this is being applied to.
And are the council selling this to tenants as a short-term solution, or as it's relocating, isn't it?
It is effectively relocating. It is relocating. I mean, the obligation is to provide is to find a private tenancy with a minimum term of 12 months. That is 12 months. When the 12 months elapse, there is no guarantee that the client will be able to come back and go back to Oxford and say, okay, I've done the 12 months in Birmingham. Can you now look for accommodation for me in Oxford? I mean, I think the council see this as a long-term solution. As I say, I do appreciate the council have got a very heavy burden there, particularly with the rents going up and overcrowding occurring and there being a shortage of affordable housing. And there are many other issues which should be addressed, and I think a lot of those should be addressed by central government rather than the local authorities. It comes to affordable rents and limiting rent increase and keeping rents at a reasonable level.
But there's such a big socio-economic question here, isn't there? Local rents are high because we live in a very desirable part of the country. One of the most expensive parts of the country, isn't it? We're talking about yesterday morning here on BBC. So what we're doing here, the City Council is effectively saying is that we can't afford local private rents, so we'll move you to a country where the rents are lower, perhaps to a less desirable area.
Well, that's right. I mean, even one could look at it as a bit of sort of cleansing taking place. The sort of the city at its stroke is beginning to move the poorer people, the more vulnerable. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that these are vulnerable people, because the council wouldn't have an obligation towards them in the first place unless they, through their own feckless behaviour, become homeless. So the council has no obligation to those people. These are people who are homeless through no fault of their own and are.
Thank you very much for your time, John. Keep us up to date with what happens to Alicia. Thank you. That's John McNulty, solicitor for Turpin and Miller. Here's a statement from Oxford City Council spokesperson says, we have been voluntarily moving people outside for the past 10 years. Housing in the city. The vast majority of people live in Oxford or otherwise close by, such as. However, due to people who are reliant on housing, priced out of the local, we have to consider household property outside Oxford. Monitor this story. It's 5:14. In the last hour or so since we came on air, news has broken that 2 women have died after an explosion caused the building to collapse in central New York. That sentence on its own is enough to spread fears. And whenever, post 9/11, which was quite some time ago, whenever you talk about an explosion or building collapse in New York, you will have that picture in your mind from 2011. Now, the blast started at a fire in the 5-story building on Park Avenue, district of East Harlem. Glenn Mikolev was on his way to work when the explosion happened. He described what he saw.
I went down, I decided to go down to the subway. When I went down there, I walked through the scene, and it was was visibly a shaken neighborhood. People were out in the streets having just come from their apartments, and there was
The search continues of that building. The Mayor of New York has told reporters this believed the collapse was due to a gas leak. That's that race. I said 2011 because I meant 9/11. It's 5:16.
Exclusive access to Oxfordshire's travel cameras.
This is BBC Radio.
And here's Sarah now.
Thank you very much, David. Well, we've still got some ambulances partially blocking St Aldrich's in Oxford, just before Thames Street there, heading towards the Abingdon Road junction. That's after a collision. Looking to be moving pretty well past where it's happened, though. Traffic not really being held up anymore, so looking much better there. On the A34 Milton interchange roundabout, we've still got this broken down tanker. It's blocking lane 2. Now it's on the east side of the roundabout, heading south at the A4130 junction. Police still there at the moment. They've got the second lane coned off on the approach. Just be very careful. Doesn't look to be causing any major delays though on the A34 approach, certainly. Looking very busy though on the A415 into Abingdon from
So
the
this is
Cullen
just guess the age
direction.
here. It's not
And
good.
still looking very heavy, more heavy than usual even on the Oxford Road Road, going on the southern bypass from Cowley all the way round towards the A34 at Hinksey. Very
So
slow
it's gonna do
out
gender,
of Oxford
age and
still
happy
on
or
the
sad, yeah?
A414 Woodstock Road from Walton Road to the Woolwich roundabout. Not too bad on all the major routes out of the city at the moment. And still some minimal delays, about 15 minutes on First Great Western between Reading
Jerry's
and
got a
Paddington.
boyfriend.
That's due to a broken down train. Travel as it happens, BBC Radio Oxford 95.2 FM.
Call with your travel news.
03459 311 666 and tweet at BBC Ox Travel.
Travel.
Every 15 minutes and as it happens.
Good afternoon, 5:17 with your latest BBC News headlines for Oxfordshire. Here's Richard.
Oxford who need housing are being offered properties in Birmingham,
Yes, level from
according to a
you.
county mother. It's understood that Oxford City Council has housed
Can I sit down
homeless
first, and
families
then
in
you can walk
private
in?
housing in Birmingham as the rents are lower there. Letters written by Prince Charles to government ministers are a step closer to being released to the public after the Court of Appeal ruled that the Attorney General acted unlawfully in blocking their publication. And a former police officer from Banbury has been jailed for 3.5 years for stealing the personal details of thousands of road accident victims from her false computer.
Oxfordshire's weather for this evening and tonight. Clear but cold, mist and fog and low cloud during the early hours, 3 and 37 below. Thursday, fog, mist and low cloud, slow to clear. It should be lovely again tomorrow. Another nice day. Highs of 50 and 59 degrees. And now from BBC One South today, Geraldine Piers, and joining us both in the studio this evening is Artie the robot from Oxford Brookes University. Jerry Artie, Artie Jerry.
How cool.
His exceptional.
Yesterday I thought, oh, what is
You thought he'd be like an old mechanic. He changes colour depending on what he's talking about. And he sings songs. He sang a song, he was singing the rain. He was singing the rain. This is, Artie, can you sing something for me, please?
I'm singing
What chord is this?
singing
In the rain, what a glorious feeling. I'm
happy again. I'm laughing and crying, so dark up above. The sun's in my heart, I'm ready for love.
a little heart coming in his eyes.
He says ready for love is art. What? For his pupils in his eyes to turn into hearts when he's singing into. that would be a useful trick.
So I have to now run the rest of it massively.
Yeah, let me explain. One of the things that Artie does is that he can guess. And we're going to hear from control. So, but one of the things he can do is guess your age and your gender and whether you're 50 or 70. You haven't been done yet. If you would like to stand, if you could stand up and wander over to I will contact.
4, 5, or 6.
Okay, Jerry is on the after. It's down the right. The sensors now Reading, I hope, is doing this.
Look into my eyes
Oh, here we go.
and keep still. I will say you are a 32-year-old man. Your face is happy.
Let's try one more
Do it again. Man.
Try one more time.
Look into my eyes and keep still. I will say you are a 32-year-old man. Your face is happy.
One more go? Can we have one more try? Is it worth it?
Look into my eyes and keep still. I can't see your face clearly enough.
There we are. Jerry, what are you
I give
doing?
up.
Are you
I need some more light.
do you no. Maybe he was looking over your shoulder at me right behind you.
That's no photo.
Again, one more go. Let's give this one more go.
Look into my eyes and keep still.
Yes.
I can't see your face clearly enough.
Never mind. We'll try
I
it.
give up.
Come and sit down. Well, he was right on your age at least. He got that
No,
way.
he's 5 years out. Not sure how I feel about being a now.
32-year-old man. He said,
I'm happy though.
I said you're a happy 32-year-old man. To be honest, there are worse things. I mean, if you said you're a miserable 75-year-old woman, that would have been a dreadful
I'm
afternoon.
worried that I got them sold. That's why I can't see them.
I'm just looking through you.
Yeah.
What's it?
They're on the inside.
I have to try that from here.
Where do you at?
Want to try that? Okay. You, let's go next. Close this.
Okay, so they want to go then. We stand about 3 feet from the car. And when
Look into my eyes and keep still. I will say you are a 46-year-old woman. Your face is happy.
Thank you, Artie. Well, I'll tell you what he got right.
Triumphant experiment, that's all I can say.
I am 46. I am 46, so you got that spot on.
46-year-old woman.
I've been called worse things, I have to say.
There we go.
He's impressive, isn't he? I mean,
He
a little bit of
is
tweaking on that, but
yeah, he looks.
I think he
He
looks
looks good. I
fantastic.
like his like that.
As you walk across the room, he'll follow you as well.
His eyes.
His eyes follow you. He will follow you.
Discovered that I am indeed a 32-year-old man.
I like the idea that when you walk out of it, you might take off a mask.
How did he know? All these years I've been keeping it quiet.
That's at the end of the flying game.
You see the Oxford Man flashing on that tomorrow. BBC's Geraldine Pierce. Outed as Jerry Pierce all these years and we didn't know. What's on BBC One South today tonight?
We're talking about that now.
Yes, it is.
Oxford Westgate Centre is that's big news. The building work starting as soon as next. Council voted in favour of the plan last. They're going to cost 500 million. 3 times the current price. Also, like the farmer who's been fined for breaking house code after a man died. Dean Henson Smith fell through the roof of the farm. Johnson and committed failure and within Oxford being offered under the burning of the farm. Outside Oxford, yeah, no option.
BBC One Saturday at 6, so you've got to come on that showing some of this.
Yes, so it's not humiliating enough to get outed because you're on the radio, then it's going somewhere else as well.
What are you worrying about? He thinks my name's Shirley. Thank you very much. Good fun.
Bringing you
Thank you very much.
Artie like you've never heard
my age,
before.
spot on.
Ready for the return of BBC
you
Radio
get it?
Oxford's big tour of
You get something.
Whenever you feel it's right, okay. Nothing sitting outside the mini plant at Cowley. Welcome to the big tour of Oxfordshire gets back on the road Saturday morning in Chipping Norton.
BBC Radio Oxford.
Oxfordshire's radio.
Good afternoon, 5:25. So, Artie the Robot here this afternoon. humanoid robot from Oxford Brookes University. The man who's brought him into that tonight. Hopefully, nice to see you again. You're welcome. We've been having a lot of fun here. I'm trying not to have too much fun. What we just we're playing around with Jeremy. Here's just a to Artie. That guessing the age, guessing the gender. At my age, absolutely spot on. Which is interesting. How on earth does all of that work or not work?
It's doing it, it's identifying first of all that there's a face in the image of the camera. That's standard technology. Then it identifies where your eyes are. Then it's doing some analysis of the shape of your face. Actually, some of this will be based on showing lots of examples of different faces and then tell it good. It learns its characteristics for the 35 years.
But how? I mean, you've got my age, absolutely. Pretty impressive. That's still 400 million. Is it because it's not obviously it's not 100%?
No, it's not 100%. Depends how well it's been trained.
So you're still impressive.
Yeah, we didn't program that feature in the robot.
Let's bring Artie in on this conversation. Artie, what's so special, Artie, about robots?
We robots are so special because we can work with humans and help them to achieve things they wouldn't be able to do on their own. For example, we can do repetitive tasks very accurately without getting tired or needing a coffee break.
Arms are moving around the world. That's the sound behind comments. And Artie, what do you think robots will be able to do? Because this has been used a lot. What will robots be able to do 20 years from now?
We robots today are equipped with some low-level intelligence, enabling us to sense and interact with the environment around us. But my descendants in 20 years' time will be able to engage in high cognitive tasks, such as discovering new scientific theories or holding an intelligent conversation with someone. We don't see much of that around here.
Thank you. What research are you doing?
We're interested in studying and improving the way humans interact with robots. What we want to do is to develop robots that can interact naturally, so that you speak to it, conversation with it, hear what it's saying, see the gestures, emotionally engage.
This is the stuff of science fiction, of course, but it's when will we reach that point? It's the art of man strangely with the internet, of things, where we don't think of robots as robots. There are machines in our hands. Thinking of things back in it's very simple.
It is, yeah. And this is what's happening, that robots are no longer confined to industry and factory floors, such like they're now moving home, place, and that's why we need to develop a better ability to interact with them.
There's an opportunity for anyone to meet.
Yes, this Friday evening at the Ashmolean Museum, Artie is going to be starring in an event to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Oxford Brookes University, starting at 7 o'clock.
And we're on the webcam. See Facebook page. It's facebook.com/BBC Oxford. Mark Jones on Twitter asks if Artie can wave at the webcam watching online. And Victoria and Helen and Janice also saying they're liking the video. You able to give us a wave there, Artie? It's blushing. It's being watched, right? There'll be a wave coming up to you. Thank you very much, Nigel. Thank you for coming. More from you soon, and you can hang around with Artie for a minute. Artie the computer, the human robot, the rest of us.
Well, he's certainly unique. I'm not sure if it's most of that.
Right. Thank you for bringing me. It's been a lot of fun. More from Artie coming up soon. In 25 minutes, ideas for things to do in Oxfordshire tonight. Meanwhile, what are you doing this weekend?
Weekend? Well, how about something hot? Literally, the Oxford Charity Firewalks on Saturday evening in Marston.
For the firewalk, what we're asking people to do is walk across a strip of hot coals and in the process asking all their friends and family to raise sponsorship for them. It is a little bit scary, but it's amazing what people are prepared to do for charity, and we're so grateful.
Want to take part? Call Helen and Douglas House.
01865 799 150, and we'd love to find us.
If you prefer something cold, well, only a name. On Saturday night, the Mill Arts Centre in Banbury has
The Winter Garden
You got these Sarah?
will be going back to how it used to be back in the 60s. It's for great local bands and music right across.
I'll do you for it.
A lot punk, ska, Deep Purple. It's a great night.
got an event
I was
to
just
tell
going
us
to
about.
introduce yourself.
Email Radio Oxford Events at bbc.co.uk. Oxfordshire
Thanks,
in
Jerry.
60 seconds. With exclusive access to Oxfordshire's travel
I'll give you a point.
cameras.
This is BBC Radio.
Sarah Dumbbell is in Oxfordshire County Council Traffic Control Centre. Hello, Sarah.
We're at the Norton interchange. A broken down tanker is still blocking
Thank
lane
you.
2. That's on the east side of the roundabout, heading south at the A4130 junction. Police there at the moment. They've cooned off a lane on the approach lane 2 there. Not looking to be too bad on the A34 though, through that patch, coping pretty well. Some audits in
not for another
Oxford,
quarter of an
just
hour or
before the Thames Street
Thank you.
junction, also remains partially blocked, heading out of the city after an earlier accident involving a cyclist. Doesn't look to be causing too many delays though. The A415 very heavy into Abingdon from Cullen. The March
thing when you come in, you get
up
TV and radio
street
at the
through
same time.
Abingdon town, very busy in both directions. We're still very heavy clockwise across the Oxford Ring Road. Solid queues ready all the way round from Cowley to the A34 at Hinksey. A40 very slow out of Oxford as usual from the Wolvercote roundabout out towards Whitney. Now very busy. Also the Woodstock Road slow from Morton Road to the Wolvercote roundabout, and the usual very heavy traffic on the Botley Road. Not too bad at all on the trains. Minimal delays though, up to 15 minutes on First Great Western between Reading and London Paddington. That's due to a broken down train between Ealing Broadway and Acton Main Line. Travel as it happens. BBC Radio Oxford 95.2 FM.
Call with your travel news.
03459 311 666 and tweet at BBC Ox Travel.
Travel.
Every 15 minutes and as it happens.
5:32 with your latest BBC News headlines for Oxfordshire. Here's Rachel.
People in Oxford are being offered homes in Birmingham or Cardiff because the City Council can't find accommodation for them in Oxford. 5 families have taken up accommodation outside the city. The City Council says it has no choice but to look further afield. The Court of Appeal has ruled that the Attorney
Sarah
General
Palmer.
acted unlawfully in blocking the publication
That was
of
a nice
letters
picture.
written by Prince Charles. It brings them a step closer to being released to the public. A former police officer from Oxfordshire
No,
has
thank
been
you.
jailed for 3.5 years for stealing the personal details of thousands of road accident victims from her forced computer and selling them to solicitors' firms. 7 people have been arrested for drugs offences in Oxford after 2.5 kilos of cocaine was seized by Thames Valley Police. 4 men have now been charged with conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. And a gas leak is believed to have caused a major explosion in New York, which destroyed 2 buildings, killing 2 women and injuring at least 18 others.
BBC Radio Oxford.
Ah, what a lovely day we've had at the BBC Weather Centre. Here's Sarah Farmer for us this evening.
Thanks, David. Well, a fine end to a beautiful day, really. We have got some more fog, much like this morning, on the way for tomorrow, though. Overnight tonight, well, we do start with clear spells for the early part of tonight.
Just
We'll
a thought,
allow
but we
those
could bring
temperatures
Nigel in on
to
the
dip down
computing
to
story
around 3
as a head of
Celsius,
computing.
37 Fahrenheit. And then as we head through the night,
Yeah.
we'll see some mist and fog developing, low cloud as well. And that's how we start the day Thursday. It looks like those patches of fog could be more stubborn this morning, lingering on till 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So some dense patchy fog. We do have a yellow weather warning in place from the Met Office for that fog. So go steady if we're out on the roads first thing tomorrow morning. But as we head towards the afternoon, I suspect most of us will enjoy some more sunny spells, some good sunshine, blue skies for many of us, and temperatures up to 15 Celsius, 59 Fahrenheit. Quick look ahead, Friday, very similar. Early fog and mist should lift, and we'll have good bright and sunny spells later. The weekend, a dry affair. Looks like we will see some brightness on both days, albeit with a little bit more cloud on the way. For a full 10-day forecast, log on to bbc.co.uk/up.
Thank you. It's 25-6.
BBC Radio Oxford.
He's here, Ross Heath.
Oxford United's draw at home to Cheltenham has extended their run without a win to 5 games, but winger Ryan Williams insists they can still finish the season with promotion. The Aussie loanee scored the opener in the 1-1 draw at the Castad, and afterwards caretaker boss Mickey Lewis revealed Williams had agreed a new contract with his parent club Fulham. Williams will be focused on the youth promotion push until the summer, and despite slipping to 6th place in League 2, he believes United do have the quality to go up.
I mean, we're still in a good strong position. I personally think that our team is too good not to get promoted. So, and I'm sure the boys feel the same way, and we have all the belief in the world.
You can see the action from the Castad BBC Sounds today on BBC One tonight from 6:30. In the Champions League, Manchester City are away at European giants Barcelona, trailing 2-0 on aggregate from their first leg at the Etihad. City captain Vincent Kompany says they can reach the quarter-finals and are not scared of the challenge ahead.
I'm actually very excited about this one. I think, the whole team is. In my opinion, nothing's better than chasing a lost cause. So we'll try and make the best out of it, but the motivation is there and the belief is still there.
In other football news, England's women are in action in the final of the Cyprus Cup and are currently leading France 2-0 in a 4 o'clock kick-off. In League 2, Torquay midfielder Jos Labadie has been banned for 10 games and fined £2,000 after the FA found him guilty of biting an opponent. The Devon club have until Monday evening to decide whether to appeal that decision. Elsewhere, British skier Jade Etherington has won a silver medal in the visually impaired slalom to add her tally of 3 at the Winter Paralympics.
Pretty cool.
And at the Cheltenham Festival, there was a comprehensive winner in today's feature
Have you
race.
seen it? Get them to do the Yeah, before it goes, get them to.
Just let go outwards of the Oxford City.
Thank you. Get them to do the following. You're tracking your eyes across the volumes, sensors, volumes. I knew you'd say that. Commercial radio got plenty of these things. I know. Thank you. No. I don't know what I'm doing. It's 23:06. Today is the 25th anniversary of Tintin. Who is it who says that? A happy birthday, the World Wide Web. What's the one thing that the internet, the World Wide Web, has changed in your life? The inventor of the web, Tim Berners-Lee, has marked the 25th anniversary of its production by calling for a Magna Carta Bill of Rights to protect its users. But I want to know, what's the one thing that really changed in your life? Just one. There are many, aren't there? One thing I was thinking about very simple. It's friendship. The way our friendship circles and networks are now lived out completely to one thing for you has changed in your life. Something as simple as shopping or maybe work or whatever. 81333. Start your text message, Oxford. Get involved on the Facebook page. That's facebook.com/BBC Oxford, where you can also watch the show on the webcam tonight and see over my shoulder Artie, the humanoid robot, one of a kind from Oxford University. It's 20 to 6. A new outdoor theatre and the largest wooden bridge to be built for 300 years are being planned for Abingdon. The ISIS project aims to redevelop the Nag's Head Island, all with the help of volunteers. It's hoped £750,000 project. Richard Webber is leading the project. He's on the line. Hello, Richard. Nice to talk to you. What's plans?
It happens that we want to try and get this thing going for summer 2015, which will be the 800th anniversary of the signing of Magna Carta. Although different island, admittedly, it was the Abingdon crossing was actually mentioned in the other.
I didn't know that.
In place that King John would still be allowed to cross his troops, which is, it gives us some sort of connection.
I like that. I like the way you did that. Well, why did you want to create a bridge and theatre space? I can understand one or the other, but both.
In Wales, particularly from the south, will realise that it's not a very impressive entrance at the moment. There is a rather shabby boathouse and an island that appears to be rather private, and you miss out on the wonderful view across to the new modified old jail. So one of the aims of the project is to actually cheer up the entrance to Abingdon in a big way, such as a modern-looking building and an island that invites everyone to go and take part in get up and enjoy its facilities. Probably one of the nicest spots on the whole of the Thames, and at the moment the town is turning its back on it. They wanted to turn it back towards.
It has been rather neglected over the years, hasn't it? I think it's fair to say.
Difficult reasons. This has been sort of 5 years in the making with this project. We've had issues over Environment Agency, over English Heritage, over the various councils involved, and over the old jail development itself. But now that is well on the way, we think this is the perfect time to finish.
And you're confident, are you, that you can attract the volunteers to work on it? Well, that was my next question. The money's out there, is it?
We believe the money is, and certainly there have been examples elsewhere in Europe where if a community wants something and prepared to get into its pockets, deep or shallow, they can actually get these things done. And so it's very important that first of all, people like yourselves are engaged in this, because we want to get the message out there and tell them that there's a website, artiesabingdon.co.uk, that they can all go on to register their approval, and then we can actually start a serious fundraising. It's only been possible now thanks to the green light given to us by the...
I love the idea of volunteers doing this process construction.
Going to have you back several times in the next 18 months to see it all happen.
Well, we'll come. I'll come down and visit you. Thank you, Richard. Good luck. Richard Webber, leader of Project ISIS in Abingdon, planning to build that outdoor theatre and the largest wooden bridge in 300 years at Nag's Head Island, all with the help of volunteers. 17 minutes to 6. Good evening, BBC Radio Oxford. Here are your news stories in brief tonight. Leaders of the G7 group of nations are calling Russia to stop all efforts to annex Ukraine's Crimea region. Said if Russia took such a step, they would take further action individually and collectively. The Attorney General's refusal to let the public see letters that Prince of Wales wrote to UK Minister will unlawful by the Court of Appeal. The Guardian journalist Rob Evans had challenged the decision to be held by tribunal in favour of allowing it. And the Glastonbury Festival has been granted a new 10-year licence today. The District Council down there, Mendip Council, said the decision was made without the need for it to be subjected to scrutiny in a public room. It was waved through basically because there was no opposition to the licence. It's going to run up to 2024. There'll be more staff on site, and of course Dolly Parton and Blondie. The end of June. Those are your news stories in brief. It's 16 minutes to 6.
Comboyden. Now in its 25th landmark year, all this week we're helping to celebrate Oxford's International Women's Festival. In 1964, she won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. In 1965, she became the second woman to receive the Order of Merit. Tomorrow morning, we'll delve into the fascinating life and discoveries of chemist Dorothy Hodgkin with author Georgina Ferry. Now Comboyden. Celebrating Oxford's International Women's Festival. All this week on BBC Radio Oxford.
Radio for Oxfordshire, with exclusive access to Oxfordshire's travel cameras.
This is BBC Radio.
In the next 15 minutes, more from my co-presenter tonight, Artie the Robot, plus ideas for things to do tonight in Oxfordshire. first is Sarah with your travel news.
Thanks, David. Well, one lane is still blocked on the A34 Milton interchange roundabout. It's broken down yellow tanker still there, blocking lane 2 on the east side of the roundabout. It's heading south at the A4130 junction. Police are there, but the lane is still blocked and coned off at the moment. It is now starting to cause quite heavy delays back towards Milton Park. So if you can give me an update,
then we'll do Artie off the back of business.
So let me know how it is where you are. Please do give me a call on the travel line.
Daily info, then come back.
Clear then, in Oxford, St Albans, we have an earlier collision involving
working you while you're in
it. Just before the Thames Street junction, heading out of the city centre. Still very busy in a few patches though. The A415 is very heavy into Abingdon from the Cullen direction. Also looking through Abingdon town centre, Marcham Road and Ox Street, very busy in both directions, leading on to each other. Heavy clockwise as well still across the Oxford Ring Road. It's that usual patch from Cowley Junction round to the A34 at the Hinksey interchange, but no let up yet. On the A40 out of Oxford, very slow in patches in the usual spot on the A40 from the Watercote roundabout to the Ensham roundabout particularly, and still very slow out of Oxford on the Woodstock Road and the Botley Road. Other major routes out of the city doing pretty well. Travel as it happens, BBC Radio Oxford, 95.2 FM.
With your travel news.
03459 311 666 and tweet at BBC Ox Travel.
Travel.
Every 15 minutes and as it happens.
Good evening, it's 14 minutes to 6. What's been going on today while you've been busy yourself with your latest BBC News headlines for Oxford Tunes Rich?
People in Oxford are being offered homes in Birmingham or Cardiff because the City Council can't find accommodation for them in Oxford. The City Council says it has no option. Letters written by Prince Charles to government ministers are a step closer to being released to the public after the Court of Appeal ruled that the Attorney General acted unlawfully in blocking their publication. And an Oxfordshire farmer has been fined more than £65,000 for breaking health and safety rules after a man died at his farm.
Oxfordshire's weather for this evening and tonight. What a lovely evening. Driving home, it's still bright, and it's a warm evening. It's not quite sitting on the patio with a beer ready. Or indeed, not a drink. Clear but cold, mist and fog and low cloud during the early hours of Thursday morning. More widespread. Lows of 3 and 5 degrees. Thursday, the fog and mist and low cloud and slow. By the afternoon, those places should be sunny with some nice light winds again. 15 degrees, 59 Fahrenheit tomorrow's high temperatures, which is really rather nice and warm.
Beavers pennies, the latest from the money market.
The FTSE 100 index down again. It's having a good time this week, down 64.62. Down 6,620.90. And your business. 9 out of every 10 people across the UK have access to the internet. It dominates our lives at work, at home, and even in between. But it wasn't always like that. Are you old enough to remember a time before all of this? 25 years ago, the World Wide Web wasn't that. Like Tim Berners and I've been asking tonight how the internet has changed your life on Twitter. Judd says, I use it for booking holidays, following F1 and events and sports results, recipes and apps, job applications and shopping. And on whether he could cope without the web, Judd says, I could adapt for all the extra time that I wouldn't spend reading small print in terms and conditions, junk greetings, and so on. Here's James Williams from the Oxford Internet Institute. Hello, James. Thank you very much. I've also brought in, you should know that he's sitting here with us this evening as well. We've had a robot in the studio this afternoon, Artie the robot, and Nigel Crook, who's had is here as well. You might switch with him. You can hear my conversation with James. It's extraordinary to think that there was a time without the internet.
It's pretty extraordinary to think, yeah. I mean, I can't even remember what it was like before I had that. You know, occasionally I think we get these glimpses when we fly in an airplane and don't have access, or go camping or something like that. But it really is remarkable just how quickly it's really kind of become part of our world and kind of just been embedded in our day-to-day life.
I've been talking this afternoon about this awful phrase, the Internet of Things, and the way in which the web is no longer about just looking at screens, although there's an awful lot of that. But increasingly it's becoming part of our lives in many other ways, without us even realizing.
It is, absolutely. I think when you think about kind of the different interfaces that exist now that didn't exist before, when it was essentially a typewriter hooked up to a TV. kind of these emerging wearable technologies. Being something that we can sort of kind of analyze and use as part of things.
And just to bring in Nigel Coffey, head of computing at Oxford Brookes, this English concept, how would you describe it to somebody who doesn't understand what
Essentially, it's electronic devices have interface to the internet with each other. These devices control sensing the environment, audio, controlling devices like robots.
Like the robot sitting behind me. You'll hear from in just a moment. I saw an example the other day of this thermostat in your home, which was sensitive.
Yeah.
Set the temperature you want.
You can do the same for
25 years ago, James, do you think Tim Berners-Lee understood then just how disruptive this would be for so many industries? There are very few of this stage. It's the Industrial Revolution at warp speed, somebody says. So then, 25 years from now, I can't even begin to imagine it. And I look at my 5-year-old growing up. Can we play Tomorrow's World for a second? Oh, we can play. Yes. That idea of going online will be something very ancient. Very interesting. Nice to talk to you. Thank you very much, Jane. James Williams from the Oxford Internet Institute. It's 6 minutes to 6, and Nigel, I know you're staying with us. We'll talk more to Artie in just a moment. Some ideas for things to do tonight now in Oxfordshire, and it's Anais Higgins from David. And we start this week with an absolute classic.
President Eisenhower said of the 1954 film, "If you haven't seen it, you should." And according to reviews of this current revival, the same sentence still goes ahead.
Well, Obama says if you haven't seen it, you should. Sorry, I didn't. Jolly good. Lovely. What have we got? And he can say goodnight, can he? Say goodbye. Goodbye. Say goodbye. We'll do goodbye. I'm going to ask if you think, do you think you can do my job as well? We'll do that then. Sorry, I'm playing.
my best.
That's the donut. Please enjoy. Thank you. Speak tomorrow.
It's Anais Higgins from dailyinfo.co.uk. Nigel Cook is still computing at Oxford Brookes University. Thank you for being here, Arthur. We're going to say goodbye to you in just a moment. Artie, it's been a pleasure having you here. If you've just turned on Monday with nothing I'm talking about, take a look on our Facebook page. So post anything films a live web stream of tonight's programme. It's facebook.com/BBC Oxford. And Artie the robot behind me and staring at me now. Artie, you've been here for 2 hours. You've been watching me work this time. Do you think you can do this job?
Could I be your job? When all you do is chat all day. I think I can do that. When do I start?
Thank you, Artie. Artie does all sorts of impressions. I've told him if I just ask you to do one today. What about, top of my head, something from the movie, Casablanca. Can you give me something from Casablanca? His eyebrows have changed into... Is he able to do that for us? Well, try and get him to do that himself.
If they're asleep. If they're asleep all over America. All the gin joints and all the towns and all the world. He walks in the morning.
Not bad. Not bad at all. And his eyebrows. Nigel Crook, head of computing at Oxford Brookes University. His eyes changed there.
They do. Have various types of eyes.
Depending on the various impressions.
Yes.
You can meet Artie yourself this Friday at the Astronomy. We'll be there from 7 for the free live Friday event. Lots of performances and workshop and exhibitions from staff and students, and Cat Orman will be talking about this more tomorrow afternoon on her show. I think it's Nick Pearson. More about what's going on. The world of robotics, a lot of technical. Where are you going next? You must be
We're having a huge deal of fun. It's such a great world, so expressive. There's so much farms and farms. It's great at interactive. Draws people in. So we're looking to start that.
Children must love it.
They absolutely love it.
What I found extraordinary is the way his eyes, the way they are so long, blinking, the way it's
around the room as well.
And as Jerry said when she came in earlier from BBC very good fun, really enjoying it. And what I'm trying to do about applications, where would you go to use museum?
Yeah, I mean, Artie is designed to be used.
So you would ask him a question and he would...
Well, at the moment you would press a button and he would tell you that. What we want to do is more practical about 20% of humans are about that. Rather recognize things, work out where
he's static, isn't he? He's on a stand, so he's not working around.
At the moment he's static, but the engineer that like this go.
Would it be wired up or would it?
You have to be wired up somehow. What they're working on is very interesting. Not like the robot. The robot has it on. Look, kind of walk on the road, basically. Sideways. And that's because at every moment before we've got the same. Humans don't work. We can't fall between.
And they think they can overcome it.
And they human.
So, Artie, your brother in the future might go to war. But we should say goodbye. Thank you very much for coming.
Goodbye.
Can I take him home?
Leave it to
I'm sure it. Thank you very much, man. Nigel Crook and Artie from Oxford Brookes University. Take as long as you need. And here's Sarah.
On the east side of around
Yeah, I've got to set up
from
next
the
door.
A4130 junction. Please bear with the lanes cones off and it is very heavy back to Milton Park. Also, just going to be aware of Chiltern trains. They just reported some problems between London Narrowband and Wickham that will affect our boundary line due to a delay to an earlier train. It's still now on the loop. The train has been cleared, but delays are up to half an hour. Any updates, give me a call please. 03459 311 666. Travel as it happens, BBC Radio Oxford 95.2 FM.
With your travel news.
03459 311 666 and tweet at BBC Ox Travel. Every 15 minutes and as it happens.
More of your day's news coming up in just a second. Debate and comment, analysis, whatever's been going on today. We'll bring you right up to date. Have tonight's TV as well if you think of staying in this evening. It's Wednesday, that means Line of Duty tonight. We'll be talking to David. Stay with us.
Oxfordshire News.
Oxfordshire Live.
On digital 95.2 FM and online.
This is BBC Radio Oxford.
Radio.
Good evening, it's 6:01 with your latest BBC News for Oxfordshire History.
In Oxford are being offered homes in Birmingham or Cardiff because the City Council can't find accommodation for them in Oxford. 5 families have taken accommodation outside the city. The City Council says with the market high and landlords reluctant to take on benefits, it has no choice but to look further afield. John McNulty is representing County Mother Alicia Britnell and other families.
One could look at it as a sort of cleansing taking place, that the sort of the city at a stroke that are beginning to move the poorer people, the more vulnerable. I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that these are more vulnerable people because the council wouldn't have an obligation towards them in the first place unless they were vulnerable.
A spokesman for Oxford City Council says, due to people who are reliant on housing benefit being priced out of the local rental market, we have to consider alternative towns, and we are now offering households properties outside of Oxfordshire. And you can see more on this story on BBC today at 6:30 on BBC One. A former police officer from Oxfordshire has been jailed for 3.5 years for stealing the personal details of thousands of road accident victims from her forced computer and selling them to solicitors' firms. Shugra Hanif from Banbury was dismissed by Thames Valley Police last week. Her 27-year-old lover, Riza Khan from Birmingham, was jailed for 3 years. The Court of Appeal has overturned a ruling by the Attorney General blocking the publication of letters written by the Prince of Wales to government ministers. They're believed to contain very frank views. The government is to appeal. The case was brought by the Guardian newspaper. Its editor is Alan Rusbridger.
If the monarchy wants a position where the heir to the throne can engage in public life and can try and influence public policy,